Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 things Sigma males do without even realizing that terrify people. Their quiet confidence, independence, and stoic demeanor make them a mystery and sometimes a threat. But why do these traits, rooted in strength and self-mastery, leave such a powerful impression? Imagine a person who walks into a room and instantly shifts the atmosphere without saying a word, or someone who stays calm and collected while everyone else spirals into chaos. These are Sigma males, and their natural behaviors challenge societal norms in ways that intrigue and intimidate. In this video, we'll explore how their silence speaks volumes, why their independence makes others question their own, and how their emotional resilience leaves manipulators powerless. Each of these traits ties back to timeless, Stoic principles that anyone can adopt to live a more confident, self-reliant life. Stay until the end, and you'll discover how embracing these traits can not only transform your life, but also command respect wherever you go. 1. They are silent observers. Sigma males possess a unique ability to silently observe their surroundings, absorbing details without the need for constant commentary. This trait often leaves others feeling uneasy, as silence can be more intimidating than words. In group settings, their quiet nature is mistaken for judgment or disinterest. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Their observation is a form of understanding the world, a practice rooted in Stoic philosophy. By observing rather than reacting, they gain clarity and avoid unnecessary entanglements. For example, imagine a Sigma male in a team meeting. While others enthusiastically pitch ideas, he listens intently, occasionally jotting down notes. His silence might make others wonder if he's critiquing or planning something profound. In reality, he's simply processing the information to form a well-thought-out perspective. This behavior is powerful because it unsettles those accustomed to constant feedback or validation. The Sigma male's presence becomes a reminder that silence holds immense power. Stoicism teaches the value of listening and observing as tools for understanding. Sigma males unknowingly embody this principle, and it's their quiet confidence that can terrify others. Their demeanor speaks volumes, even when they choose not to utter a single word. 2. They value independence over conformity. Sigma males live life on their own terms, valuing independence over fitting into societal norms. They resist the pressure to conform, which often unsettles those who thrive on group validation or societal approval. To a Sigma male, being true to oneself is more important than blending in. This makes them unpredictable, as they refuse to follow the same paths others are conditioned to take. For instance, while most people may follow trends or pursue conventional career paths, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional route, such as becoming a digital nomad or pursuing a passion project. To others, this rejection of norms can appear rebellious or even threatening. It disrupts the status quo and forces people to question their own choices. This trait aligns deeply with Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes autonomy and self-reliance. Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, not from external approval. Sigma males, often unknowingly, embody this mindset. They forge their own path without fear of judgment, leaving others intimidated by their unwavering self-assurance. Their independence isn't just a lifestyle, it's a statement that they answer only to themselves, which can terrify those who fear stepping outside the norm. 3. They are unaffected by criticism or praise. One of the most unsettling traits of a Sigma male is his emotional resilience. Criticism and praise roll off him with the same indifference, leaving others bewildered. Most people rely on feedback, positive or negative, to gauge their worth or make decisions. Sigma males, however, remain unaffected, drawing their sense of value from within rather than external validation. Imagine someone tries to belittle a Sigma male in a public setting, expecting a defensive or emotional response. Instead, the Sigma male calmly acknowledges the comment and moves on, as though it holds no weight. This level of detachment can be infuriating for those trying to provoke a reaction. Similarly, when showered with praise, a Sigma male might offer a polite nod without allowing it to inflate his ego. This emotional control is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches that external opinions are outside our control and should not dictate our inner peace. By staying grounded, Sigma males avoid being swayed by the highs and lows of external judgment. To others, this emotional invincibility is both inspiring and intimidating. It signals a strength that cannot be manipulated, leaving people unsure of how to interact with someone so self-possessed. 4. They set boundaries without explanation. Sigma males are masters at setting boundaries, and they do so without the need to explain or justify their decisions. This trait often catches people off guard, as many are used to seeking approval or offering lengthy explanations for their choices. A Sigma male's firm yet silent boundary setting can feel abrupt or even intimidating to those who don't understand the importance of protecting one's energy. For instance, if a Sigma male feels overwhelmed by social obligations, he may decline invitations without offering a reason. To others, this might come across as cold or dismissive, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a matter of prioritizing his mental and emotional well-being. His ability to say no without guilt is a hallmark of his self-respect. This behavior is in line with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of guarding one's inner peace. Stoics believe that we should focus on what truly matters and not be swayed by the demands of others. Sigma males embody this by valuing their time and energy above external pressures. Their ability to set boundaries so effortlessly can leave others feeling rejected or unsettled, even though it's not their intention. 5. They focus on purpose, not popularity. Sigma males are purpose-driven individuals who prioritize meaningful goals over social approval. They're not interested in being the center of attention or conforming to social hierarchies. This focus on purpose often makes them appear detached or even unapproachable, which can unsettle those who rely on social connections to feel validated. For example, while others might spend time engaging in office gossip or attending social events to climb the corporate ladder, a Sigma male prefers to dedicate his energy to mastering a skill, completing a project, or pursuing a personal goal. This intense focus can make him seem distant, as though he operates on a different wavelength from everyone else. This trait is grounded in Stoic philosophy, which teaches individuals to prioritize what is within their control and aligned with their values. Sigma males inherently embody this mindset, focusing on their purpose without being distracted by the noise of social validation. This quiet confidence and clarity of intent can intimidate those who measure success by popularity or external recognition. By staying true to themselves, Sigma males challenge societal norms, often leaving others questioning their own priorities. 6. They are comfortable being alone. Sigma males thrive in solitude, finding peace and strength in their own company. While many people feel uneasy being alone, Sigma males embrace it as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Their comfort with solitude can confuse or even intimidate those who depend on constant social interaction to feel secure. For instance, a Sigma male might choose to spend a weekend hiking alone rather than attending a group event. Others may misinterpret this choice as antisocial or arrogant, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a way to recharge and connect with his inner self. His independence highlights the reliance many people have on external validation, making them uncomfortable. This trait aligns with Stoic principles, which encourage self-sufficiency and introspection. The Stoics believed that solitude is essential for cultivating inner strength and wisdom. Sigma males unknowingly embody this philosophy, demonstrating that true confidence comes from within. Their ability to find contentment in their own company is a stark contrast to societal norms, often leaving others both inspired and intimidated by their self-reliance. 7. They rarely seek validation. Sigma males have an innate ability to make decisions without seeking validation from others. They trust their own judgment and follow their intuition, which can make others feel unsettled, especially those who rely heavily on collective opinions to make choices. This self-assurance often comes across as defiance or arrogance, though it's simply confidence in their own path. For example, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional career path, like starting a business or pursuing a creative passion, without worrying about what others think. His lack of concern for societal expectations can make others question their own reliance on external validation. People often feel intimidated by someone who doesn't need their approval to thrive. This independence is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches individuals to focus on what is within their control and not be swayed by the opinions of others. Sigma males naturally embody this mindset, standing firm in their decisions without hesitation. Their unshakable confidence in their choices can make them a source of admiration and fear, as they seem immune to the societal pressures that affect most people. 8. They are calm in high-stress situations. One of the most striking traits of a Sigma male is his ability to remain calm under pressure. While others may panic or react emotionally, Sigma males keep their composure, which can make them natural leaders in chaotic situations. Their calmness, however, can also intimidate those who are used to more reactive behavior. Imagine a high-stress work environment where deadlines are looming. While others scramble and stress, a Sigma male calmly assesses the situation and takes decisive action. His ability to stay level-headed might make others feel inadequate or exposed for their lack of control. This trait is a cornerstone of Stoicism, which teaches the importance of emotional regulation and focusing on what can be controlled. By remaining calm, Sigma males demonstrate a mastery over their emotions that others find both impressive and unsettling. Their composure in difficult moments not only sets them apart but also challenges the chaotic energy of those around them, often leaving a lasting impression. 9. They avoid gossip and drama. Sigma males steer clear of gossip and drama, focusing instead on what truly matters. This avoidance of trivial conflicts can make them seem aloof or judgmental, unintentionally intimidating those who thrive on social interaction. Their disinterest in engaging in petty matters signals that they operate on a different level of priorities. For instance, in a workplace setting, when co-workers gather to gossip about a manager, a Sigma male might excuse himself or redirect the conversation to a more productive topic. This action can make others feel exposed or insecure about their own behavior. This trait is consistent with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of focusing on one's own actions and avoiding unnecessary distractions. Sigma males naturally embody this principle, choosing to invest their time and energy into things that align with their values. Their refusal to engage in gossip not only protects their peace, but also serves as a silent reminder to others of the futility of drama, which can be both inspiring and unnerving. 10. They see through manipulation. Sigma males have a sharp sense of perception that allows them to see through manipulation and deceit. This ability to recognize hidden motives often leaves manipulators feeling exposed and powerless, which can be terrifying for those who rely on such tactics to control others. For example, a Sigma male in a negotiation might sense when the other party is being disingenuous and calmly call them out or redirect the conversation. His refusal to play along with manipulative games can make others feel vulnerable as they realize their usual strategies won't work. This sharp perception is closely tied to Stoic philosophy, which values clarity of thought and truth-seeking. Stoics strive to see the world as it is, free from illusion or bias. Sigma males unknowingly live by this principle, cutting through deception with ease. Their ability to identify and disarm manipulation makes them formidable and intimidating to those who attempt to control them. By staying true to their values and principles, Sigma males project an aura of unshakable confidence that leaves a lasting impression. Sigma males embody traits that naturally command respect and at times unintentionally intimidate others. From their calm under pressure to their unwavering independence, these behaviors are rooted in timeless Stoic principles that anyone can adopt. By mastering self-reliance, emotional control, and focus, you can cultivate the same quiet confidence that sets them apart. If you found this video insightful, let us know in the comments which of these traits resonated with you the most. Are there any you've experienced yourself or noticed in others? Share your thoughts and takeaways. We'd love to hear from you. Don't forget to like this video if you found it helpful, and subscribe for more content on self-improvement, Stoicism, and Sigma male wisdom. Share this video with someone who might benefit from these lessons. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Here are 10 terrible signs. You're being gaslighted. You might think you'd recognize manipulation when it happens, but gaslighting is so subtle that it can make you question everything, even your own reality. It's not just about someone lying to you. Gaslighting is designed to erode your confidence, isolate you, and make you feel like you're losing your grip on what's real. Have you ever felt like you're apologizing for things you didn't do, doubting memories you were sure about, or wondering if you're too sensitive? You're not alone, and it's not in your head. This form of manipulation is more common than you think, and the damage it causes can be devastating. In this video, we'll walk through 10 clear and unmistakable signs of gaslighting, using real-life examples to help you identify these tactics. If you've ever felt confused, isolated, or trapped in a relationship, this might explain why. And by the end, you'll have the tools to recognize gaslighting and take the first steps toward breaking free. Let's dive in. 1. You constantly question your memory. Gaslighting often starts subtly, planting seeds of doubt about your memory. Imagine this. You clearly recall discussing weekend plans with your partner. You suggested going to a new restaurant, and they agreed. However, when the weekend arrives, they insist you never mentioned it. You must have dreamed that up, they say with a dismissive laugh. You replay the conversation in your mind, wondering if you truly imagined it. Another example might be at work. You distinctly remember your manager assigning you a task during a meeting, but later they claim they assigned it to someone else and that you misunderstood. You second-guess yourself, even though you made a note of it right after the meeting. This repeated denial of your reality creates a pattern. The gaslighter's goal is to make you question your memory so much that you begin to rely on their version of events over your own. Over time, you might start to feel like your memory is faulty, even when you've always trusted it before. It's crucial to recognize this pattern. A healthy relationship, whether with a partner, friend, or colleague, doesn't involve dismissing or rewriting your reality. If you're being told you're imagining things or that never happened, ask yourself, does this happen often? Does it make you feel confused or doubtful about things you know to be true? Keeping a journal can help. Write down key conversations and events as they happen. If someone later tries to tell you it didn't happen that way, you'll have a record to validate your memory. Gaslighting thrives on confusion and self-doubt, but with awareness and self-trust, you can start to see through the manipulation. Recognizing the signs is the first step toward reclaiming your confidence. 2. You find yourself apologizing too often. One of the clearest signs of gaslighting is the growing compulsion to apologize for things you didn't even do. The gaslighter manipulates situations to make you feel at fault, even when they're the one causing harm. For example, let's say you planned a dinner party and spent hours preparing. The gaslighter shows up late without explanation, and when you express frustration, they turn the tables. You're always so dramatic about these things. Maybe I wouldn't be late if you weren't so controlling. Suddenly you're apologizing for expecting them to be on time, even though their behavior was the issue. Another instance could occur in a friendship. You tell a close friend that something they said hurt your feelings. Instead of apologizing, they respond with, "You're way too sensitive. I was just joking." Now, instead of feeling validated, you're apologizing for taking offense. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of self-worth. You start to internalize the idea that you're overly emotional, overly demanding, or just not good enough. You apologize not just to the gaslighter, but to others in your life, often feeling like a burden in situations where you're not at fault. If you notice this in yourself, take a step back and ask, why am I apologizing? Was this situation truly my fault? Start paying attention to how often you apologize and whether the apology feels warranted. This behavior isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a symptom of emotional manipulation. The next time you're tempted to apologize unnecessarily, pause. Instead, express your feelings assertively. I feel hurt when this happens, and I need us to address it. Reclaiming your voice is a powerful step in breaking free from the gaslighter's grip. 3. You feel isolated. Gaslighting often involves subtle tactics to isolate you from friends, family, or anyone who might validate your experiences or challenge the gaslighter's control. This isolation creates dependency, leaving you more vulnerable to their manipulation. For instance, Imagine you're excited to meet a close friend after a long time, but your partner begins making comments like, "Why do you even hang out with them? They don't really care about you." Or they might say, "I don't trust them. They're a bad influence on you." Over time, these remarks may cause you to second-guess your friendships, leading you to withdraw from people who could offer support. At work, this can happen when a manipulative colleague tells you, "The team doesn't really think you're contributing much." They might discourage you from seeking feedback from others, subtly driving a wedge between you and the rest of your team. This isolates you professionally, making you rely solely on their distorted version of reality. Gaslighters also use this tactic with family. They may make offhand comments like, "Your parents never really understood you, did they?" Or, "Your sibling always seemed jealous of you." These remarks plant doubts about your closest relationships, pushing you further into isolation. When you're cut off from external support, the gaslighter's influence becomes stronger. You may start to feel like they're the only person you can rely on, even as they undermine your sense of self. To combat this, actively seek connection with those who uplift and support you. Reach out to friends or family you've drifted from, even if it feels difficult. Sharing your experiences with a trusted person can help break the cycle of isolation. Remember, isolation is a tool of control. Staying connected is your way out. 4. Your confidence has plummeted. Gaslighting often chips away at your self-esteem, leaving you doubting your abilities, decisions, and worth. Over time, you may find yourself hesitating to take initiative or make choices because you fear getting it wrong, or worse, being criticized by the gaslighter. For example, imagine you're proud of completing a big project at work. You share your excitement with a colleague who's been undermining you, and they respond with something like, "It's not that impressive. Anyone could have done that." Suddenly, your sense of accomplishment deflates, and you start questioning whether your hard work even mattered. In relationships, a gaslighter might belittle your contributions or mock your ideas in subtle ways. You suggest trying a new hobby or planning a trip, only to hear, "That's a dumb idea. I don't know why you'd think that would work." Even if it's framed as a joke, the constant dismissiveness makes you second-guess yourself, and eventually you stop sharing your ideas altogether. This loss of confidence can creep into everyday decisions. You might start overthinking simple choices, what to wear, what to cook, or how to respond in conversations, because the gaslighter has made you feel like you can't do anything right. You might even start seeking their approval for things you once handled confidently on your own. To rebuild your confidence, begin by recognizing your own strengths and achievements. Keep a journal of your accomplishments, big or small, and revisit it whenever you feel self-doubt creeping in. Surround yourself with people who value and respect you, as their support can help counter the negativity. Most importantly, remember that the gaslighter's criticism reflects their need for control, not your actual worth. By reclaiming your self-belief, you take a critical step toward breaking free from their influence. 5. They twist the truth. Gaslighters are experts at twisting the truth to suit their narrative, leaving you confused and questioning reality. They'll take a situation where they're clearly in the wrong and distort the facts until you're unsure of what really happened. For example, let's say they blatantly lied about something. Perhaps they said they were working late, but you later find out they were out with friends. When confronted, instead of admitting the lie, they respond with, "You're always suspicious of me. No wonder I didn't tell you. You would have overreacted." Suddenly, the focus shifts from their dishonesty to your supposed overreaction, making you feel guilty for even bringing it up. Another scenario could involve a family disagreement. Imagine you catch them criticizing you to a relative. When you bring it up, they twist the situation. "I was defending you, actually. They were saying much worse things about you, but of course, you only hear what you want to hear." By distorting the truth, they create a reality where they appear as the victim or hero, and you're left feeling confused and even apologetic. Over time, this constant manipulation erodes your ability to trust your own perceptions. You might start second-guessing yourself, thinking, "Did I really misunderstand? Am I being too sensitive?" This confusion gives the gaslighter even more power over you. To counter this, document specific events or conversations as they happen. Keep a record of what was said or done, so when the gaslighter tries to twist the truth, you have clear evidence to ground yourself. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. By recognizing and challenging these manipulations, you can begin to reclaim your sense of clarity and truth. They dismiss your feelings. Gaslighters are quick to invalidate your emotions, making you feel as though your feelings are irrational or unimportant. Over time, this dismissal can lead you to suppress your emotions altogether, convinced they aren't valid. For example, imagine you share that you're upset because they forgot an important date, like your anniversary. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they respond with, "You're being ridiculous. It's just a date. It doesn't mean anything." This not only minimizes your emotions, but shifts the blame onto you for caring in the first place. Another instance might occur when you express frustration over being ignored in conversations. You say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," and they counter with, "You're always exaggerating. You're so needy." Instead of addressing your concerns, they make you feel guilty for even having them. This repeated invalidation teaches you to doubt your emotional responses. You might start thinking, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting." Over time, you suppress your feelings to avoid criticism, which only deepens the gaslighter's control over you. Healthy relationships involve mutual respect for each other's emotions. Even if someone doesn't fully understand your feelings, they acknowledge and respect them. Gaslighters, on the other hand, use dismissal as a tool to maintain power, ensuring you feel isolated and unsupported. To combat this, remind yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether the gaslighter acknowledges them. Practice naming and owning your feelings without apology. "I feel hurt, and that's important." Seek out friends, family, or a therapist who will listen and affirm your experiences. Validation from a trusted source can help you rebuild your confidence and resist the urge to suppress your emotions. You deserve to be heard and respected. 7. You feel constantly confused. A key tactic of gaslighting is creating a fog of confusion. The gaslighter's ever-changing stories, contradictory statements, and denial of events leave you questioning your perception of reality. Over time, you feel trapped in a cycle of doubt and frustration. For example, they might promise something significant, like attending an important event with you. When they fail to show up, you confront them, only to hear, "I never said I'd go to that. You must have misunderstood." You're left wondering if you misremembered the entire conversation, even though you were sure of it just moments ago. Another example is when they contradict themselves. They might criticize you for spending too much time with friends, but when you stay home, they accuse you of being boring or antisocial. No matter what you do, they find a way to twist the situation. leaving you feeling like you can't win. This constant uncertainty affects your mental well-being. You may start questioning even simple things. Did I really hear them correctly? Am I making things worse? This confusion is exactly what the gaslighter wants. It keeps you off balance and more likely to depend on their version of reality. To regain clarity, write things down as they happen. Document important conversations and decisions so you can revisit them if they try to rewrite history. Sharing your experiences with a trusted friend or therapist can also help validate your perceptions and break the cycle of confusion. Most importantly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Gaslighters thrive on making you doubt yourself, but by recognizing their tactics and reinforcing your own sense of reality, you can begin to see through the manipulation and regain your confidence. 8. They use your insecurities against you. Gaslighters are skilled at identifying your vulnerabilities and exploiting them to maintain control. They subtly or overtly weaponize your insecurities, using them to manipulate your emotions and actions. For example, if you've shared that you're self-conscious about your appearance, a gaslighter might make backhanded compliments like, "You look nice, but that outfit would be better if you lost a little weight." On the surface, it sounds like a helpful suggestion, but it's designed to deepen your insecurity and make you feel inadequate. In a work setting, a manipulative colleague might say, "You're great at what you do, but you're not really leadership material." This preys on any doubts you may have about your abilities and subtly undermines your confidence. You might start avoiding opportunities for growth, believing you're not good enough. In relationships, they might exploit your desire for connection. For instance, if you've shared a fear of being abandoned, they might say, "No one else would put up with you the way I do," making you feel like you're lucky to have them, even as they treat you poorly. This tactic leaves you feeling powerless and overly reliant on their approval, as they've convinced you that your insecurities define you. To counter this, remind yourself that everyone has insecurities. It's part of being human, but they don't define your worth. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you rather than exploit your vulnerabilities. If possible, seek out a therapist or coach to help you rebuild your confidence and recognize your strengths. Remember, your insecurities are not a weakness to be exploited. They're opportunities for growth and self-acceptance. By acknowledging and owning them, you take away the gaslighter's power and start reclaiming your self-worth. 9. They play the victim. Gaslighters often deflect accountability by portraying themselves as the victim, even when they're the ones at fault. This tactic shifts the focus away from their behavior, making you feel guilty for even bringing up an issue. For instance, let's say you confront them about breaking a promise, like not showing up to an event you planned together. Instead of addressing the broken promise, they respond with something like, "Do you know how hard my week has been? I can't believe you'd attack me over something so small when I'm already under so much stress." Suddenly, you're comforting them instead of addressing your own hurt. In another example, you might point out a pattern of disrespectful behavior, such as frequent interruptions during conversations. Instead of taking responsibility, they turn the tables. "I only interrupt because you never listen to me. Do you know how frustrating that is for me?" Now, you're questioning whether you've been unfair and apologizing for something they created. This victim mentality can extend to their relationships with others, too. They might claim their boss is out to get them, or that their friends have abandoned them for no reason. subtly painting themselves as someone constantly wronged by the world. This reinforces their narrative and keeps you feeling guilty for adding to their problems. To break free from this dynamic, practice recognizing the pattern. When they deflect and play the victim, gently steer the conversation back to the issue at hand. For example, you could say, "I understand you've been stressed, but I need us to focus on how this situation made me feel." It's crucial to remember that everyone has challenges, but genuine victims don't manipulate others with their struggles. By staying grounded in your feelings and refusing to accept misplaced blame, you take a step toward regaining control. 10. You feel trapped in the relationship. One of the most painful signs of gaslighting is the feeling of being stuck, as though there's no way out of the relationship or situation. The gaslighter's manipulation has created a dependency that makes leaving seem impossible, even when you recognize the harm. For example, the gaslighter might convince you that you're incapable of managing without them. They'll say things like, "You'd never survive on your own," or "No one else would love you the way I do." These statements prey on your fears and insecurities, making you feel unworthy and powerless. Another way they trap you is by creating an illusion of unpredictability. They alternate between moments of kindness and cruelty, keeping you hooked with the hope that things will improve. After a heated argument, where they dismiss your feelings, they might turn around and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're everything to me." This cycle keeps you invested, always waiting for the good moments to return. In friendships or professional relationships, gaslighters may leverage shared responsibilities or connections to keep you tethered. They might say, "If you leave, you'll destroy everything we've worked for," or guilt-trip you with statements like, "I thought you were loyal." The result? You feel paralyzed, torn between staying in the toxic relationship or risking the unknown. To overcome this, remind yourself that feeling trapped is part of their strategy. It's not reality. Seek support from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can help you see your options clearly. Build an action plan, even if it's small steps, like setting boundaries or consulting with a counselor. Remember, you are stronger than the gaslighter wants you to believe. Freedom begins with recognizing that you deserve better and taking steps, no matter how small, to reclaim your life. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, but recognizing the signs is the first step toward breaking free and reclaiming your confidence. If any of these points resonated with you, remember, you're not alone, and help is always within reach. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it to let us know. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss more content like this that empowers and informs. We'd love to hear from you. What signs stood out to you the most? Have you experienced gaslighting before? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Your insights could help others who are going through the same struggles. Thank you for watching, and remember, you deserve relationships that uplift and respect you. Stay strong, stay wise, and we'll see you in the next video.
What if I told you that your attitude could change the entire course of your life? Imagine if you could harness the power of a single trait to turn your biggest fears into your greatest strengths. Two animals embody this transformative power: the eagle and the lion. These are the only two creatures that the Creator identified himself with. Understanding why these animals are symbolic of supreme leadership can unlock the leader within you. Let's delve into why the lion, the king of the jungle, is a beacon of leadership. Interestingly, the lion is not the tallest, largest, heaviest, or smartest animal in the jungle. In fact, the lion is physically outmatched by several other animals. Yet when the lion appears, all the other animals run away. This phenomenon is not due to the lion's physical prowess, but due to its attitude. Leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "Attitude determines altitude." This statement rings true when we study the lion. The lion's attitude is what sets it apart. The lion believes it is the king, and this belief shapes its actions and the reactions of others. This attitude is not just a superficial confidence. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. Consider this. In the business world, CEOs and leaders are not always the most intelligent or skilled individuals in their organizations. What distinguishes them is their attitude and vision. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Schultz did not come from wealth or privilege. He grew up in a poor neighborhood, but his attitude and vision transformed Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global brand. Schultz's belief in his vision and his unwavering attitude towards achieving it inspired his team and reshaped the coffee industry. One of my favorite quotes encapsulates this idea perfectly. "An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep." This means that the right kind of leadership can transform a group of ordinary people into an extraordinary team. History is replete with examples of leaders who transformed their followers through their attitude. Winston Churchill, during World War II, inspired a beleaguered Britain with his indomitable spirit. His belief in victory, despite the odds, rallied the nation to stand firm against adversity. Let's bring it back to the jungle. The lion sees an elephant and thinks, "Lunch." This mindset is not based on physical ability alone, but on the lion's belief in itself. On the other hand, the elephant, despite its size and strength, sees the lion and thinks, "Eater." This stark difference in perspective highlights how attitude shapes outcomes. The lion's attitude commands respect and instills fear in larger, stronger animals. Your attitude is a reflection of your belief system. It's said that whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This famous quote by Henry Ford emphasizes the power of belief. Your attitude towards challenges, setbacks, and opportunities will dictate your success or failure. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before Harry Potter was finally published. Her unwavering belief in her story and her positive attitude towards rejection turned her into one of the most successful authors in history. In the workplace, in your personal life, and in your community, adopting a lion's attitude can make all the difference. Leaders are not born. They are made by the attitudes they cultivate and the beliefs they hold. Cultivate an attitude of resilience, confidence, and vision. Believe in your potential to lead, inspire, and make a difference. Just like the lion, let your attitude set you apart and lead you to greatness. Equally important is the symbolism of the eagle. The eagle represents vision, strength, and soaring to new heights. The eagle is known for its incredible eyesight, capable of seeing prey from miles away. This sharp vision symbolizes the clarity and focus that a leader must have. A leader must see beyond the immediate and plan for the future, much like the eagle soars high to gain a broad perspective. The eagle's flight is also a powerful metaphor for leadership. When storms come, other birds seek shelter. The eagle, however, uses the storm's wind to lift itself higher. This ability to rise above challenges is a hallmark of great leadership. Leaders face obstacles and adversities, but like the eagle, they use these challenges to elevate themselves and their vision. Nelson Mandela, one of the most revered leaders in modern history, exemplified this eagle-like quality. Despite spending 27 years in prison, Mandela's vision for a free and democratic South Africa never wavered. He rose above the hardships and emerged as a symbol of resilience and hope, guiding his nation to a new era. Another aspect of the eagle's leadership is its commitment to its family. Eagles are known for their strong parenting skills, taking great care in raising their young. This nurturing aspect is essential in leadership. A true leader mentors and supports their team, fostering an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This commitment to others is what builds strong, cohesive teams that can achieve remarkable feats. Combining the attitudes of the lion and the eagle, we find the foundation of effective leadership. It is not just about believing in oneself or having a vision. It is about translating those beliefs into actions. Attitude without action is merely a dream. To lead effectively, one must not only possess the confidence and vision, but also the willingness to act upon them. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Edison's relentless pursuit of his ideas and his willingness to act upon his vision led to the invention of the light bulb and many other innovations. His attitude of perseverance and his actions in the face of repeated failures epitomize the essence of leadership. Leadership is also about empowering others to act. A true leader does not just lead by example, but inspires others to take initiative. This is evident in the story of Mahatma Gandhi, whose attitude of non-violence and peaceful resistance inspired millions to fight for India's independence. Gandhi's leadership was not just about his personal beliefs, but about mobilizing an entire nation to act upon those beliefs. In our daily lives, adopting this attitude-action framework can lead to transformative outcomes. Whether in our careers, our communities, or our personal relationships, the combination of a positive attitude and proactive actions can set us apart and lead us to success. It is about believing in our potential and taking the necessary steps to realize it. There are several practical steps to cultivate a leadership attitude. Develop self-belief. Like the lion, cultivate a strong belief in yourself. This belief will shape your actions and the reactions of others. Start by setting small, achievable goals and gradually build your confidence. Maintain a clear vision. Emulate the eagle's vision by setting long-term goals and staying focused on them. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they align with your overall vision. Embrace challenges. Use obstacles as opportunities to grow, much like the eagle uses storm winds to soar higher. Develop a mindset that views challenges as stepping stones rather than setbacks. Inspire and empower others. Leadership is not just about personal success. It's about lifting others up. Mentor and support those around you, fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Act with purpose. Turn your attitudes and beliefs into actions. Set actionable plans to achieve your goals and be consistent in your efforts. Remember, action is what brings vision to life. Practice resilience. Cultivate resilience by learning from failures and setbacks. Each experience, whether positive or negative, is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay humble and adaptable. Despite their strength and vision, both the lion and the eagle remain adaptable to their environments. Stay humble and be willing to adjust your approach when necessary. The lion and the eagle teach us valuable lessons about leadership and the power of attitude. By adopting the lion's confidence and the eagle's vision, and by combining these attitudes with purposeful actions, we can unlock our potential as leaders. Whether in business, community, or personal life, the principles of belief, vision, resilience, and action are universal keys to success. Embrace these qualities and let your attitude lead you to new heights and untold achievements.
Here are 10 shocking signs your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind? This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay? This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about? Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, you can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: true confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am. And that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good, or paying attention to obvious qualities. But I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself. so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy, it's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered why some men effortlessly attract women, while others, despite their best efforts, struggle to get even a second glance? The secret isn't in their looks or wealth, but in how they conduct themselves. In this video, we'll delve into the art and dark psychology of ignoring women, a strategy rooted in Stoic principles and emotional intelligence. By mastering these 11 key traits, you'll not only stand out from the crowd, but also command respect and admiration from the women you meet. Get ready to transform your dating life and relationships by understanding what truly makes a high-value man. Let's dive in. Section 1. Independence. High-value men are comfortable being alone and use their solitude for introspection and personal growth. They understand that their self-worth is not tied to their relationship status and do not need a woman to validate their existence. This confidence and completeness are incredibly attractive because it demonstrates a deep sense of self-reliance and assurance. Consider John, a successful entrepreneur. Despite his busy schedule, John always makes time for himself. He enjoys solo activities like hiking, reading, and traveling. These moments alone are not just about leisure. They are opportunities for John to reflect on his goals, assess his progress, and plan for the future. This practice of solitude has not only made John more self-aware, but has also significantly boosted his confidence. When John meets women, he doesn't come across as needy or desperate for their attention. Instead, his calm and composed demeanor signals that he is comfortable in his own skin. Women find this trait magnetic because it's rare to encounter someone who is so self-assured. John's independence makes him stand out because he does not seek validation from others. He projects an aura of completeness and confidence that many women find irresistible. For instance, during a party, John might be seen casually engaging in conversations without hovering around anyone in particular. He listens more than he talks, showing genuine interest in others without feeling the need to impress.
This behavior contrasts sharply with men who constantly seek attention and validation, making John appear more intriguing and desirable. Moreover, John's independence means he is selective about his relationships. He looks for partners who complement his life, not complete it. This selectiveness ensures that his relationships are based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Women appreciate this because it means John values quality over quantity in his interactions. In summary, independence is a hallmark of high-value men. By being comfortable alone and using solitude for personal growth, they project confidence and self-assurance that is deeply attractive to women. This independence allows them to build meaningful relationships based on respect and mutual admiration, making them truly high value in the dating world. Section 2. Selective validation. High-value men offer praise sparingly and genuinely, making their approval more meaningful and valued. Instead of giving constant compliments or validation, they ensure that their approval is earned and authentic. This approach makes their validation significantly more impactful and desirable. Take Alex, for example, who is known for his discerning nature. When Alex interacts with women, he doesn't bombard them with flattery. Instead, he observes and takes note of qualities that genuinely impress him. One evening at a social gathering, he meets Sarah, a woman who is passionate about environmental conservation. Rather than complimenting her appearance, Alex engages in a conversation about her work and expresses sincere admiration for her dedication and knowledge in the field. This selective validation stands out because it is not shallow or routine. Sarah feels genuinely appreciated for her unique contributions and intelligence rather than just her looks. This makes Alex's compliment far more meaningful than the generic praise she might receive from others. Women like Sarah find themselves drawn to men like Alex because their approval feels earned and special. By offering selective validation, high-value men also avoid inflating a woman's ego unnecessarily. This prevents the dynamic where a woman might take a man's attention for granted. Instead, she is encouraged to maintain the qualities that earn the genuine praise. This dynamic creates a healthier, more balanced interaction where both parties appreciate and respect each other more deeply. In essence, selective validation sets high-value men apart by making their compliments rare and genuine. This not only enhances the woman's self-esteem in a meaningful way, but also encourages her to maintain and build upon her positive traits. As a result, women feel more valued and respected, and high-value men are seen as discerning and sincere, further boosting their attractiveness. Section 3. Direct communication. High-value men understand the value of clear communication. They avoid vague statements and excessive small talk, opting instead for directness and precision. This straightforward approach is refreshing and establishes a strong, confident presence. Imagine David, a high-value man who is straightforward in his communication. When he texts a woman, he avoids using excessive emojis or frivolous language. Instead, he is clear and concise. For instance, instead of saying, "Hey, maybe we could hang out sometime if you're free," David says, "I enjoyed our conversation last night. Are you free for dinner on Friday?" This direct approach conveys confidence and decisiveness. Women appreciate this clarity because it removes ambiguity and establishes a clear intention. It shows that David values his time and hers and is not afraid to express what he wants. This level of directness sets David apart from other men who might beat around the bush or be overly accommodating. Moreover, when David encounters a woman who tries to play games or tests his patience, he doesn't engage. If a woman cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, David does not respond with frustration or desperation. Instead, he might say, "I understand things come up. Let's reschedule when you're certain about your availability." This response is mature, direct, and shows that he values his time and does not tolerate disrespect. By being direct, high-value men like David demonstrate that they have clear boundaries and expectations. They do not waste time on games or mixed signals, which women find attractive because it shows maturity and self-respect. This clarity also helps in quickly identifying whether a potential relationship is worth pursuing, saving time and emotional energy for both parties. In summary, direct communication is a hallmark of high-value men. By being clear, concise, and straightforward, they project confidence and decisiveness. This approach not only enhances their attractiveness, but also fosters healthier, more respectful interactions with women. Section 4. Purpose. High-value men are driven by their goals and ambitions. They focus their energy on building a life they can be proud of, rather than wasting time on unproductive relationships. This sense of purpose makes them stand out and adds to their overall appeal. Consider Mike, who has a clear vision for his future. He is passionate about his career as an architect and spends a significant amount of time honing his skills and working on projects. Mike's dedication to his craft is evident in everything he does, from his work ethic to the way he talks about his goals. When Mike meets women, they are often impressed by his ambition and drive. He doesn't come across as someone who is aimlessly drifting through life. Instead, he has a strong sense of direction and purpose. This makes him attractive because women are drawn to men who are passionate and motivated. Mike's purpose also means he doesn't have time for frivolous relationships. He is selective about who he spends his time with, ensuring that any relationship he enters into complements his goals rather than detracts from them. This selectiveness adds to his allure, as it shows that he values his time and is not easily swayed by superficial attractions. Furthermore, Mike's dedication to his goals means that he is always striving to improve himself. Whether it's through further education, networking, or personal development, he is constantly growing. This continuous self-improvement is a key trait of high-value men, making them even more appealing to women who value growth and ambition. In essence, having a strong sense of purpose sets high-value men apart. Their drive and ambition make them attractive because they demonstrate a commitment to personal and professional growth. This focus on their goals not only enhances their own lives, but also makes them more desirable partners who bring stability and inspiration to their relationships. Section 5. Fearless mindset. High-value men see themselves as equals to women and maintain composure, which enhances their attractiveness. They understand their worth and are confident in their allure, which allows them to remain composed and relaxed around women. Take Tom, for example, who has a fearless mindset. He does not view women as unattainable or superior beings, but as equals. This perspective allows him to interact with women without anxiety or desperation. When Tom meets someone new, he engages in conversation naturally, without trying too hard to impress. This fearless mindset makes Tom irresistibly attractive because it exudes confidence and self-assurance. Women are drawn to men who are comfortable in their own skin and do not place them on a pedestal. For instance, during a social event, Tom might approach a woman and start a genuine conversation about mutual interests without overthinking his words or actions. This natural confidence sets him apart from men who become anxious or overly eager around attractive women. Tom's charisma stems from a deep-rooted belief in himself. He visualizes himself at the apex of his life, exuding strength and confidence. This self-assurance is evident in the way he carries himself and interacts with others. Women find this trait magnetic because it signals that Tom is not easily swayed by external opinions or pressures. Moreover, Tom's fearless mindset means that he doesn't seek validation from others. He knows his worth and does not rely on others to boost his self-esteem. This independence is attractive because it shows that he is self-sufficient and confident. Women are more likely to be drawn to men who are secure in themselves and do not need constant reassurance. In summary, a fearless mindset is a key trait of high-value men. By viewing women as equals and maintaining composure, they project confidence and self-assurance. This fearless approach makes them more attractive and allows them to build genuine, respectful relationships. Section 6. Attention. High-value men do not give free attention, making women seek their validation. By withholding constant attention, they stand out from other men who are eager to please and gain women's approval. Consider Daniel, who is strategic with his attention. Unlike many men who bombard women with likes, comments, and messages on social media, Daniel is more reserved. When he meets a woman he is interested in, he makes an initial connection but does not shower her with constant attention. Instead, he gives her space and lets her wonder about his intentions. This approach leaves women intrigued and wanting more. For example, when Daniel meets Emily at a party, he has a great conversation with her, but does not immediately follow up with a barrage of texts. Instead, he waits a few days before reaching out, allowing Emily to think about their interaction and anticipate his next move. This creates a sense of mystery and excitement, making Daniel more appealing. Daniel's restraint with attention also prevents him from being taken for granted. Women often receive excessive attention from multiple men, which can inflate their egos and make them less appreciative of genuine interest. By not giving free attention, Daniel sets himself apart and makes his validation more valuable. Moreover, Daniel's approach shows that he has a busy and fulfilling life. He is not always available because he has other priorities and commitments. This signals to women that he is a high-value man with a purpose, and they must earn his attention rather than receive it freely. This dynamic shifts the balance of power and makes women more eager to gain his approval. In essence, by controlling the amount of attention they give, high-value men create a sense of intrigue and value. Women are more likely to seek their validation and appreciate their interest, making these men more attractive and desirable. Section 7. Emotional control. High-value men master their emotions and avoid being overly reactive, conveying strength and reliability. They understand that emotional stability is key to maintaining respect and attraction in relationships. Imagine Mark, a man who has developed a high level of emotional control. When faced with a challenging situation, such as a disagreement with his partner, Mark remains calm and composed. He listens carefully, processes his thoughts and responds thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This emotional stability makes Mark a rock in his relationships. For instance, if his partner Lisa becomes upset over a misunderstanding, Mark doesn't immediately react with anger or defensiveness. Instead, he stays calm, asks questions to understand her perspective, and addresses the issue rationally. This approach not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also demonstrates Mark's maturity and reliability. Mark's emotional control extends to his everyday interactions. He doesn't let minor annoyances or setbacks disrupt his composure. Whether it's dealing with a difficult colleague at work or facing a personal challenge, Mark remains steady and focused. This resilience is attractive to women because it shows that Mark can handle pressure and won't be easily rattled by life's ups and downs. Furthermore, Mark's ability to manage his emotions makes him a dependable partner. Women feel secure knowing that they can rely on him in both good times and bad. This dependability enhances his attractiveness because it signals strength and stability, qualities that are highly valued in long-term relationships. In summary, emotional control is a crucial trait of high-value men. By mastering their emotions and avoiding impulsive reactions, they convey strength and reliability. This stability not only enhances their attractiveness but also fosters healthier, more respectful relationships. Section 8. Not rewarding bad behavior. High-value men understand the importance of not rewarding bad behavior. They avoid engaging in trivial disagreements and maintain a stoic demeanor, ensuring respect and setting clear boundaries. Consider Sam, who has a firm stance on not rewarding bad behavior. When Sam notices that his partner Rachel is engaging in irrational arguments or disrespectful behavior, he does not react with frustration or emotional outbursts. Instead, he distances himself and waits for Rachel to acknowledge her mistake. For instance, if Rachel consistently criticizes Sam over minor issues, he chooses not to engage in heated arguments. Instead, he calmly states his perspective and then gives her space to reflect on her actions. By not feeding into the conflict, Sam sends a clear message that such behavior is unacceptable and will not be tolerated without consequences. Sam's approach demonstrates strength and self-respect. Women like Rachel quickly learn that they cannot manipulate or control Sam with drama or emotional games. This behavior sets a tone of mutual respect in the relationship, as Rachel understands that Sam values himself and expects the same from her. Moreover, by not rewarding bad behavior, Sam avoids unnecessary stress and maintains his peace of mind. He focuses on positive interactions and ensures that his relationships are built on respect and understanding. This strategy not only enhances his attractiveness, but also creates a healthier dynamic where both partners are encouraged to communicate and resolve issues maturely. In essence, not rewarding bad behavior is a key trait of high-value men. By maintaining a stoic demeanor and setting clear boundaries, they ensure respect and avoid unnecessary conflicts. This approach fosters healthier relationships and makes them more attractive to women who value maturity and self-respect. Section 9. Boldness. High-value men take risks and confidently approach women, avoiding passive behavior. They understand that fortune favors the brave and that taking initiative is key to success in both dating and life. Consider Jake, who embodies boldness in his interactions. When Jake is interested in a woman, he doesn't hesitate to make the first move. At a networking event, he notices a woman named Laura, who catches his eye. Instead of waiting for a perfect moment or overthinking his approach, Jake confidently walks up to her, introduces himself, and starts a conversation. This bold approach immediately sets Jake apart from men who are too timid or passive. Laura appreciates his confidence and finds his directness refreshing. Even if Jake faces rejection, he views it as a learning experience rather than a failure. This willingness to take risks and embrace potential failure makes Jake more resilient and attractive. Jake's boldness extends beyond his interactions with women. In his professional life, he's proactive and takes the initiative to seize opportunities. Whether it's pitching a new idea at work or pursuing a challenging project, Jake is not afraid to step out of his comfort zone. This attitude of boldness and initiative translates into his personal life, making him a dynamic and interesting individual. Furthermore, Jake's boldness means he doesn't settle for mediocrity. He strives for excellence in everything he does, from his career to his personal growth. This drive for success and improvement makes him a high-value man who stands out in any crowd. In summary, boldness is a defining trait of high-value men. By taking risks and confidently approaching women, they set themselves apart from passive individuals. This initiative and willingness to embrace challenges make them more attractive and successful in both their personal and professional lives. Section 10. Valuing time. High-value men prioritize their commitments and do not easily alter plans for women, making their time seem more valuable. They understand that time is a precious resource and manage it wisely to achieve their goals. Consider Tom, who has a busy and fulfilling life. Tom is dedicated to his career as a software developer and spends his evenings working on personal projects or engaging in hobbies like cycling and photography. When he meets a woman he likes, Tom makes it clear that his time is valuable. For example, when planning a date, Tom doesn't say, "I'm free anytime you are." Instead, he suggests a specific day and time that fits into his schedule, such as, "I'm available on Saturday evening. Would you like to join me for dinner then?" This approach signals that Tom has a life filled with meaningful activities and that he is not willing to drop everything at a moment's notice. Women find this attitude intriguing because it shows that Tom values his own time and expects others to do the same. It creates a sense of anticipation and makes his availability more precious. Additionally, by not being overly accommodating, Tom ensures that his interactions are more balanced and respectful. Moreover, Tom's focus on valuing time means he avoids wasting it on unproductive relationships or activities. He is selective about who he spends his time with and ensures that his relationships add value to his life. This selectiveness not only enhances his personal growth, but also makes him more attractive to women who appreciate a man with a clear sense of purpose and direction. In essence, valuing time is a crucial trait of high-value men. By managing their time wisely and prioritizing their commitments, they project a sense of self-worth and purpose. This attitude makes their time seem more valuable and ensures that their relationships are built on mutual respect and appreciation. Section 11. Personal boundaries. High-value men establish and maintain clear personal boundaries, demonstrating self-respect and demanding the same from others. They understand that setting boundaries is essential for healthy relationships and self-preservation. Consider Andrew, who is firm about his personal boundaries. Andrew knows what he values and what he will not tolerate in his relationships. When he starts dating someone new, he communicates these boundaries clearly and respectfully. For instance, he might say, "I value honesty and mutual respect in a relationship. I don't engage in relationships where there is dishonesty or manipulation." By setting these boundaries early on, Andrew establishes a foundation of respect and clarity. Women appreciate this straightforwardness because it removes ambiguity and sets clear expectations. If a woman crosses these boundaries, Andrew addresses it calmly but firmly. For example, if his partner cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, Andrew might say, "I understand things come up, but I value reliability. Let's make sure we respect each other's time moving forward." Andrew's firm stance on personal boundaries also means he's not afraid to walk away from toxic or unhealthy relationships. This self-respect signals to women that he values himself highly and will not settle for less. It also encourages them to respect him and his boundaries more deeply. Moreover, Andrew's boundaries extend to his personal time and space. He ensures that he has time for his own interests, friends, and self-care. This balance is crucial for his well-being and personal growth, making him a well-rounded and attractive individual. In summary, establishing and maintaining personal boundaries is a key trait of high-value men. By demonstrating self-respect and clear expectations, they ensure healthier, more respectful relationships. This approach not only protects their well-being, but also makes them more attractive and desirable to women who value maturity and self-respect. In the complex world of dating and relationships, becoming a high-value man means understanding and implementing strategies that set you apart. By embracing independence, offering selective validation, communicating directly, and having a strong sense of purpose, you can attract women naturally and effortlessly. Mastering emotional control, not rewarding bad behavior, and maintaining personal boundaries are essential traits that ensure respect and admiration. Remember, high-value men are bold, value their time, and have a fearless mindset that exudes confidence. These principles, rooted in Stoicism and emotional intelligence, not only enhance your attractiveness, but also contribute to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Implement these 11 key traits and watch as your interactions transform, leading to more meaningful and respectful relationships. Share your experiences and thoughts in the comments section below, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Stay tuned for more insights and strategies to help you thrive in all areas of your life. Until next time, continue to grow and embrace the journey of becoming the best version of yourself. 15 Stoic secrets for doing your best. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, waves crashing around you, each one symbolizing a challenge or setback in your life. Now, picture yourself not just surviving these waves, but riding them with grace and strength, transforming each challenge into an opportunity for growth. This isn't just a motivational daydream. It's a timeless wisdom rooted in the ancient philosophy of Stoicism. What if I told you that the key to unlocking your greatest potential lies in principles that have withstood the test of time, guiding emperors, soldiers, and scholars through the most tumultuous periods of history? These principles don't just help you endure life's battles, they teach you to embrace them, turning your struggles into stepping stones for success. Today, we're delving into the heart of Stoicism, revealing 12 secrets that can help you navigate life's storms with unwavering purpose and resilience. Whether you're grappling with personal trials, professional hurdles, or the everyday chaos of modern life, these Stoic teachings offer a roadmap to not just surviving, but thriving. Join me as we uncover how to harness this ancient wisdom, transforming your challenges into your greatest victories, and learning to live with intention, integrity, and an indomitable spirit. Let's embark on this journey together and discover how to turn the obstacles in our path into the stepping stones to our greatest evolution. Number 1, total commitment. Embracing the principle of total commitment means fully engaging in every endeavor with sincerity and passion. In Stoicism, the value of our actions is not determined by the outcome, but by the depth of our commitment. When you commit to something, do so wholeheartedly. This isn't about seeking accolades or recognition. It's about aligning your actions with your values and pouring your energy into what truly matters. Total commitment requires waking up each day with a resolve to actively shape your destiny through your thoughts, choices, and actions. Approach your tasks, relationships, and self-improvement efforts with unwavering sincerity and integrity. By being fully present and engaged, you cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment, regardless of external circumstances. In moments of adversity, draw on your inner strength to push through challenges. Commit to your goals with the understanding that true success lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. When you give it your all, you embody the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous, meaningful life. This total commitment transforms ordinary actions into profound expressions of your character and principles, paving the way for a fulfilling and impactful existence. Number 2, process over outcomes. In a world that often prioritizes results, Stoicism teaches us to find value in the process itself. Focusing on outcomes can lead to frustration and disappointment, as many factors influencing the results are beyond our control. Instead, pour your heart and soul into your endeavors, finding satisfaction in your actions and efforts. Engage fully with the task at hand, embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. The Stoics believed that true success is measured not by what we achieve, but by how we conduct ourselves. Did you act with integrity, courage, and commitment? Did you grow and learn through your experiences? These are the real indicators of success. By shifting your focus from outcomes to the process, you cultivate a sense of fulfillment and inner peace, knowing that you did your best regardless of the results. This mindset empowers you to stay present and engaged, appreciating each step of your journey. It also frees you from the anxiety of trying to control the uncontrollable, allowing you to navigate life's uncertainties with grace and resilience. Embrace the process and let the outcomes take care of themselves. Number 3, redefining success. True success is not about accumulating wealth, fame, or external accolades. Stoicism teaches us that success is rooted in developing a strong character and living in accordance with nature. It's about being honest, just, courageous, and wise, regardless of external circumstances. By redefining success in terms of virtues and personal growth, we place the power of fulfillment firmly in our own hands. Reflect on what you truly value and the kind of person you aspire to be. Set goals that align with these values, focusing on your personal development and positive contributions to the lives of others. Celebrate your efforts, resilience, and progress, even if they don't lead to immediate rewards. Success in Stoicism is about maintaining your integrity and equanimity in the face of challenges. This approach leads to greater fulfillment and happiness, as you are no longer chasing external validation. Instead, you find joy in living a life of virtue and meaning. By embracing this Stoic perspective, you empower yourself to create a life of true success, grounded in your highest principles. Number 4, self-improvement. Constantly asking why not helps you break through self-imposed boundaries and pursue paths of growth. The Stoics believed in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement, examining their lives and actions through a lens of virtue and growth. When faced with a challenge or decision, a Stoic asks, why not take the path that leads to growth? This isn't about reckless risk-taking, but about making conscious, deliberate choices aligned with your core values and higher self. Challenge the internal narratives that limit you, such as self-doubt and fear of failure. Embrace the potential for greatness within you, striving for personal excellence. By asking why not, you step into the arena of life, ready to engage fully, grow, and emerge stronger and wiser. This Stoic mindset encourages you to rise above mediocrity and embrace the journey of self-improvement. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to refine your character and expand your horizons. Number 5, purpose and resilience. Stoic wisdom serves as a daily guide to navigating personal, professional, and everyday challenges with purpose and resilience. Embrace the philosophy that our power lies not in changing our circumstances, but in changing our response to them. By cultivating resilience, you transform life's battles into opportunities for growth. Use Stoic teachings to anchor yourself during turbulent times. Whether facing personal trials, professional challenges, or everyday chaos, These teachings offer a roadmap to not just survive, but thrive. They show that the power to lead a fulfilling life comes from within, from our ability to adapt and respond with grace and strength. This resilience fosters a sense of purpose, guiding you to live intentionally and meaningfully. By applying Stoic principles, you become adept at turning obstacles into stepping stones, navigating life's complexities with wisdom and courage. Number 6. Small actions matter. Big achievements are often the result of countless small, consistent actions. In Stoicism, every action, no matter how small, contributes to the larger picture. Break your goals into manageable steps, focusing on what you can achieve today. Emphasize consistency and presence in each task. This approach not only makes large goals more attainable, but also fosters a deep sense of engagement and fulfillment. Each small step forward builds a solid foundation for your larger aspirations. By focusing on the present and doing what little you can, you create a life rich with purpose and progress. The Stoic mindset encourages humility and resilience, recognizing that every small action has value. This perspective empowers you to make meaningful progress, no matter how modest, aligning your daily efforts with your long-term goals and values. View setbacks as setups for greater opportunities, embodying the Stoic belief that our struggles strengthen us. Instead of seeing challenges as obstacles, reframe them as catalysts for growth and self-discovery. This perspective shift transforms your approach to difficulties, enabling you to navigate them with resilience and creativity. Stoics believed that within every obstacle lies the seed of an equal or greater benefit. By choosing to see challenges as opportunities, you shift from being a passive victim of circumstances to an empowered agent of change. This mindset fosters a proactive approach to life, where you actively seek growth and learning in every situation. Reframing challenges in this way allows you to harness your inner strength and resilience, turning adversity into a powerful force for personal development. Embrace this Stoic principle, and you'll find that every setback becomes a stepping stone to your greatest evolution. Number 8, cultivating virtue. Reflect regularly to align your actions with virtues like kindness, resilience, and integrity. Stoicism places great emphasis on developing a strong, virtuous character as the foundation for a good life. By cultivating these virtues, you positively impact your life and the lives of those around you. Engage in regular self-reflection, examining your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors critically but compassionately. Identify areas where you can grow and improve, actively working to embody the virtues that resonate with you. This isn't about being perfect, but about striving to align your actions with your highest values and principles. By focusing on cultivating virtue, you create a life that reflects these qualities, attracting positive experiences and relationships. This Stoic practice empowers you to live authentically and meaningfully, grounded in your core values. Number 9, Procopton. Embrace the idea of being a work in progress, focusing on continuous improvement rather than perfection. The Stoics believed in the concept of Procopton, which means making consistent progress. This mindset encourages you to focus on what you can control, your virtues, actions, and responses to external events. By striving for progress rather than perfection, you cultivate a compassionate, persistent dedication to your growth. Celebrate small victories while staying hungry for the next level of your evolution. Embrace setbacks and failures as invaluable lessons, seeing them as stepping stones on your path to improvement. This Stoic principle emphasizes that life is a journey of continual growth and learning. By committing to this journey, you align yourself with the Stoic virtue of self-mastery, finding joy and fulfillment in the relentless pursuit of becoming your best self. Number 10, approval, independence. Act according to personal values, detaching from the need for external validation to live authentically. Seeking approval can be a form of enslavement, as it makes you a hostage to the whims and judgments of others. Stoicism teaches us to ground our worth in our own principles and virtues, not in the fleeting opinions of others. Develop a strong sense of self-awareness, understanding your motivations and distinguishing between actions driven by a desire for external validation and those rooted in your true self. Cultivate confidence in your judgments and decisions, trusting your reasoning and aligning your actions with your reasoned convictions. By focusing on being authentic and true to yourself, you attract relationships based on genuine respect and shared values. Even when faced with criticism or rejection, you can take solace in knowing that you are living with integrity, true to your Stoic principles. Number 11, letting go. Cultivate indifference to outcomes, focusing on controllable aspects like effort and attitude for inner peace and resilience. Stoicism emphasizes the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot. We can control our efforts, attitudes, and virtues, but we cannot control the outcomes or the actions of others. Letting go with indifference means caring deeply about the right things, those within our control, and accepting the rest with equanimity. This perspective brings a profound sense of liberation, freeing you from the frustration and anxiety that come from clinging to the uncontrollable. By investing your energy wisely and focusing on your actions and attitudes, you cultivate inner peace and resilience. This Stoic practice enables you to navigate life's uncertainties with grace, finding strength and clarity in your ability to respond effectively to whatever comes your way. Number 12, staying the course. Maintain clarity and adaptability in pursuing goals, aligning adjustments with core values and ultimate vision. The Stoics understood that life is unpredictable and that staying true to our path requires both steadfastness and flexibility. Set a clear direction based on your values and vision for your life. When storms arise and the waters get choppy, navigate by this North Star, making necessary adjustments while staying aligned with your core principles. This adaptability allows you to grow and learn from your experiences, strengthening your commitment to your journey. Staying the course is about being resilient and adaptable, recognizing that true success comes from maintaining integrity and character, even when the path is difficult. By doing so, you honor your journey and values, creating a life of purpose and meaning. Number 13, balancing ambition with humility. Pursue growth and improvement while acknowledging personal limits and maintaining humility. Stoicism teaches us that while ambition drives us to strive for greatness, humility keeps us grounded and realistic. Balance your aspirations with an honest assessment of your strengths and weaknesses. This balance allows you to pursue your goals with vigor and dedication while remaining open to feedback and growth. It fosters a mindset of continuous learning, where you seek to improve without becoming arrogant or overconfident. By maintaining humility, you stay connected to your values and remain receptive to the lessons life offers. Balancing ambition with humility ensures that your pursuit of excellence is aligned with your true self, fostering authentic growth and meaningful achievements. Number 14, facing internal narratives. Challenge self-doubt and fear by embracing the potential for greatness within and striving for personal excellence. The Stoics believe that our internal narratives significantly impact our actions and outcomes. Confront the stories You tell yourself about your limitations and replace them with empowering beliefs. By recognizing and challenging self-doubt and fear, you open the door to new possibilities. Embrace the idea that you have the potential for greatness within you and strive for personal excellence in all areas of your life. This proactive approach empowers you to take bold steps towards your goals, transforming internal obstacles into catalysts for growth. Facing internal narratives with a Stoic mindset enables you to rise above limiting beliefs, unlocking your true potential and fostering a life of purpose and achievement. Number 15, overcoming distractions. Focus on core values and goals, avoiding the noise and temptations that lead away from your true purpose. In a world filled with distractions, staying true to your path requires discipline and clarity. The Stoics understood that distractions can derail us from our true purpose and dilute our efforts. Identify your core values and goals and use them as your compass. When faced with distractions or temptations, remind yourself of what truly matters and make choices that align with your path. This disciplined approach helps you stay focused and committed, ensuring that your actions are meaningful and purposeful. By overcoming distractions and maintaining clarity of purpose, you cultivate a life of intentionality and fulfillment, grounded in your deepest values and aspirations. As we conclude this journey through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, remember that your greatest strength lies not in changing your circumstances, but in changing your response to them. Embrace the principles we've explored today: commitment, resilience, self-improvement, and let them guide you in transforming challenges into opportunities for growth. Imagine a life where every setback is a setup for success, where you face adversity with courage and integrity, and where you continually strive for personal excellence. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom, a philosophy that empowers you to lead a fulfilling, purpose-driven life. If you found inspiration in these Stoic secrets and are ready to apply them to your own journey, I invite you to join our community by liking this video and subscribing to the Wiser channel. Together, we can continue to explore the depths of ancient wisdom, uncovering powerful insights that help us navigate modern life with grace and resilience. Hit that subscribe button, give us a like, and share this video with others who seek to transform their lives through Stoic principles. Let's grow stronger, wiser, and more grounded in the values that lead us toward a life of purpose and meaning. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Stay wise, stay resilient, and I'll see you in the next video.
Here are 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build meaningful, fulfilling relationships while staying true to themselves. Many men unknowingly sabotage their relationships by making mistakes that erode trust, respect, and connection. Some of these actions might seem harmless or even helpful at first, but they carry long-term consequences that can be difficult to repair. These missteps don't just affect the relationship, they impact your self-respect, your confidence, and your ability to grow as an individual. What if I told you that avoiding these pitfalls could completely transform your relationships, making them healthier, stronger, and more authentic? It's not about manipulation or tactics. It's about embodying Stoic wisdom and living with purpose, dignity, and integrity. These principles aren't just for relationships, they're a blueprint for a better life. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to avoid these common mistakes, while becoming the kind of man who commands respect, inspires trust, and builds deeper, more lasting connections. Whether you're in a relationship, dating, or simply reflecting on your approach to life, these 10 lessons will guide you toward a path of strength and clarity. 1. Never compromise your values for approval. I've seen it time and time again. Men contorting themselves into shapes they don't even recognize to win approval. It's tragic, really, because the moment you compromise your values to please someone else, you sacrifice the very thing that makes you dependable, admirable, and, ultimately, worthy of respect. And I've been there. I've done it. I know how it feels. Let me tell you a story. There was a time in my life when I tried to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. I muted my opinions, ignored my instincts, and told myself I was being understanding. But deep down I knew the truth. I wasn't standing up for what I believed in. And the worst part, I started resenting myself for it. That resentment grows. It poisons your soul bit by bit, because every time you betray your values, you erode the foundation of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic thinker, reminds us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. That means you hold your standards high, not because it's easy or convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. And let's be clear. Standing by your values doesn't mean being rigid or unkind. It means having the courage to say, this is who I am, and I will not compromise my principles, no matter the cost. When you live this way, you gain something far more valuable than fleeting approval. You gain self-respect. You become someone who can be relied upon, someone who knows the weight of their word. And here's the thing. When you stand firm, you'll find that the right people gravitate toward you. They'll respect you, not in spite of your values, but because of them. That's how meaningful relationships are built, not on lies, but on truth. 2. Don't base your happiness on her actions. I've learned that when you base your happiness on someone else's actions, you hand over control of your emotional state. It's like tying your self-worth to the rise and fall of the stock market. Unstable, unpredictable, and deeply unwise. There was a time in my life when I waited anxiously for texts, sought constant reassurance, and measured my worth by how someone treated me. It was exhausting, and worse, it left me powerless. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught that our happiness depends on our perceptions and choices, not on external circumstances. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is liberating if you let it be. It means that no one, not even someone you love, should dictate your emotional state. You're the one in charge of how you interpret and respond to life. When I finally realized this, everything changed. I started focusing on what I could control, my thoughts, my actions, and my sense of purpose. If she was upset, I didn't let it derail my day. I offered support without absorbing the chaos. If she didn't respond the way I hoped, I reminded myself that my value wasn't diminished by her silence. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care wisely. You stop clinging to the idea that your happiness hinges on anyone else. And here's the paradox. When you no longer rely on someone to make you happy, you become more attractive, more centered, and more capable of giving love freely. Why? Because you're not grasping for it. You've built your foundation on something far sturdier, your own inner stability. 3. Avoid begging for attention or love. There's a quiet desperation in begging for love or attention. I've been there, and it's a humiliating place to be. You tell yourself that if you just try harder, say the right thing, or give more, they'll finally see your worth. But here's the truth. Love that needs to be begged for isn't love at all. It's a transaction, and a one-sided one at that. The Stoics would urge us to approach relationships with dignity and self-respect. Seneca once wrote, A good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness. Begging, on the other hand, is the opposite of good character. It's a sign that you've abandoned your own sense of worth in the hope that someone else will validate you. When I stopped chasing validation, I found something surprising. The people worth having in my life were drawn to me naturally. They didn't need convincing or pleading, and the others, they faded away, leaving room for healthier connections. It was a painful but necessary lesson. Begging devalues you in their eyes and in your own. Love that's given freely without coercion or desperation is the only kind that lasts. By standing firm, you show the world and yourself that you're worthy of respect and that you'll settle for nothing less. 4. Don't lose yourself in the relationship. It's easy to lose yourself in a relationship, especially when love is new and intoxicating. You start neglecting your hobbies, your friends, and even your goals, thinking you're being a good partner. But I've learned that sacrificing too much of yourself doesn't lead to closeness. It leads to resentment, both from you and the other person. A Stoic man knows that self-mastery is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you're constantly focused on someone else's needs at the expense of your own, you lose your sense of individuality and purpose. And without that, what do you truly have to offer? I once put all my energy into making a relationship work, believing that if I just gave enough, everything would be perfect. But in doing so, I stopped pursuing my own interests. Over time, I realized I wasn't just losing myself, I was becoming less attractive to my partner. When I finally started reclaiming my time, passions, and goals, the dynamic shifted. I was no longer dependent on the relationship for my sense of identity, and that made all the difference. The strongest relationships are built on mutual respect and individuality. Keep your foundation intact, or you'll have nothing solid to stand on when the storms come. 5. Avoid overreacting or acting out of jealousy. Jealousy is a powerful emotion, and if left unchecked, it can destroy even the strongest relationships. I've felt its sting, the burning need to control, to know, to question. But here's the thing. Jealousy isn't about the other person. It's about your own insecurity and fear. Epictetus taught, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." What he meant is that you need to accept what you cannot control and focus on mastering your own reactions. Jealousy often arises from imagining scenarios that may not even be real. It's irrational and counterproductive. When I learned to pause and reflect before reacting, everything changed. I started asking myself, what's really driving this feeling? Most of the time, it wasn't the other person. It was my own unresolved fears. By addressing those fears within myself, I became less reactive and more grounded. Jealousy isn't a sign of love. It's a sign of insecurity. A Stoic man works on building his own confidence and self-respect rather than trying to control someone else's behavior. That's where true strength lies. 6. Don't expect her to complete you. I used to believe in the idea of finding my other half. It's a romantic notion, isn't it? The idea that someone out there will fill all the gaps in your life and make you whole. But the truth is, expecting another person to complete you places an unfair burden on them and sets you up for disappointment. I've learned, painfully at times, that completeness isn't something you find in another. It's something you cultivate within yourself. The Stoics teach us to be self-sufficient. Epictetus said, Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Relying on someone else to complete you is the opposite of freedom. It binds you to their actions, moods, and flaws. I remember being in a relationship where I pinned all my hopes on the other person. When they were happy, I felt great. When they were upset, my world crumbled. I wasn't living my own life. I was living in reaction to theirs. That kind of dependency isn't love. It's a form of self-neglect. Completeness comes from building a life you're proud of, one filled with purpose, growth, and self-respect. When you do that, you enter relationships not as someone seeking to be fixed, but as someone ready to share your strength. And that's the foundation for a partnership that truly thrives. 7. Avoid gossiping or speaking ill of her. There's a destructive power in gossip, and I've seen it firsthand. When you vent about your partner to others, it might feel cathartic in the moment, but it plants seeds of mistrust and resentment, both in you and in the person you're confiding in. Seneca said, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." This wisdom applies doubly in relationships. Speaking ill of someone you care about not only damages their reputation, but also undermines your own integrity. I once confided in a friend about a disagreement with my partner. My words were harsh, exaggerated, and frankly unfair. It felt good to vent, but later I realized I had tainted my friend's view of her. And for what? A fleeting sense of relief. It wasn't worth it. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to address issues directly with the person involved. It's not always easy, but it's the only way to maintain respect and honesty in a relationship. Gossiping might feel like a release, but it's a trap. The Stoic path is to speak with intention and kindness, or not at all. 8. Don't ignore red flags. I've ignored red flags before, convincing myself that things would get better or that I could fix them. It's a mistake I won't make again. The Stoics teach us to see things as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Ignoring red flags is self-deception. It's choosing comfort over truth. I've stayed in relationships longer than I should have, hoping things would magically improve. But every time, those early warning signs proved to be the cracks that eventually broke the foundation. Now, I pay attention to what my instincts are telling me. If something feels off, I address it directly. Stoic wisdom reminds us that facing uncomfortable truths is far better than living in a comforting lie. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect, honesty, and alignment, not on wishful thinking. 9. Don't try to control her. Control is an illusion. I learned this the hard way. In my younger years, I thought that if I could just manage the details, her choices, her time, her interactions, I could create the perfect relationship. But all I did was create tension and drive a wedge between us. Epictetus reminds us, some things are up to us and some things are not. A person's thoughts, feelings, and actions are theirs alone. Trying to control them is a violation of their autonomy and an act of fear, not love. When I let go of this need for control, I discovered something unexpected: freedom, not just for her, but for me. By focusing on what I could control, my own thoughts and actions, I became a better partner. I wasn't fixated on micromanaging her life. I was building my own. A relationship thrives on trust and mutual respect. Trying to control someone isn't love, It's insecurity in disguise. The Stoic path is to focus on yourself and trust the process. 10. Avoid complaining about your circumstances. I used to complain about everything, how unfair life was, how misunderstood I felt, how difficult relationships could be. But the Stoics have no patience for complaining. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Complaining changes nothing. It only amplifies your frustration and weakens your resolve. I realized that every minute spent complaining was a minute I could have used to take action or change my perspective. When I stopped whining and started reflecting, I found solutions where I once saw only problems. Now, instead of complaining, I ask myself, what can I do about this? If the answer is nothing, I let it go. If the answer is something, I act. This shift has transformed my relationships and my life. Complaining is easy, but growth requires effort. The Stoic way is to channel your energy into what you can change and accept what you cannot. And there you have it. 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build authentic, meaningful relationships while staying true to themselves. Each of these principles, rooted in Stoic wisdom, is not just about improving your relationships, but also about growing into a stronger, more grounded version of yourself. Remember, relationships thrive when built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and unwavering integrity. By avoiding these common mistakes, you're not only setting a higher standard for yourself, but also for the relationships you choose to nurture. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights like this. Your support helps us reach more people who, just like you, are striving for growth and wisdom in their lives. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned in your own relationships that you'd like to share? Drop your comments below, and let's keep the conversation going. Your takeaways might inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise. Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly, but what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you, and more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time, making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. if someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted, but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable. So I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. Of course, I'd say, pushing my goals aside. Whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work, I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful. But the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. And my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, it's okay to say no. Your well-being matters. When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later?" It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind, but the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, "I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now." It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while. But over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind. It makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here. What if I told you that being single after a long relationship isn't just okay? It might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Forget the stereotypes about loneliness or starting over. Being single could unlock a life that's richer, freer, and more fulfilling than ever before. Imagine this: no more emotional labor, no more negotiating over every little decision, and complete control over your time, your money, and your space. You're finally free to rediscover yourself, to travel the world on your terms, dive into passions you've ignored for decades, and create relationships that truly add value to your life. And here's the kicker: science and experience show that this newfound independence isn't just liberating, it's deeply rewarding. In this video, I'm going to share 15 powerful reasons why life can be better when you're single, inspired by wisdom that stood the test of time. You'll discover how this stage of life can be a springboard to freedom, growth, and happiness. Whether you're navigating this journey by choice or circumstance, stay with me. It's time to embrace this chapter of your life and unlock the endless possibilities waiting for you. 1. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new ones. When I found myself single after decades of being in a relationship, I felt both a sense of loss and an unexpected sense of freedom. At first, I didn't know what to do with all the time I suddenly had. But then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius once wrote: "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wisdom helped me shift my focus inward to the things I could control, like how I spent my time. I started thinking about the hobbies I used to love but had set aside. I remembered how much joy I found in painting when I was younger. Back then, I'd lose myself in the colors and shapes, completely present in the moment. So I decided to pick it up again. I bought some brushes and paints, set up a small corner in my living room, and began. The strokes on the canvas became a form of meditation, a reminder that life's beauty is often found in simplicity. I also gave myself permission to try something completely new. I'd always been curious about yoga, so I joined a beginner's class. It wasn't just about flexibility. It became a lesson in mindfulness and gratitude for what my body could still do. Seneca's words echoed in my mind: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Rediscovering hobbies and exploring new interests has been one of the most liberating aspects of being single. It reminded me that life isn't about what I've lost, but about what I can still create and experience. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to embrace curiosity, and to find joy in the small, meaningful things that bring me closer to myself. 2. Opportunity to travel freely. When I became single, I realized how much freedom I had to finally travel the way I wanted. In the past, trips were always a negotiation: destinations, schedules, even where to eat. But now, I could explore places I'd dreamed of without compromise. Epictetus's reminder came to mind: freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. I decided to plan a solo trip, something I had never done before. My first destination was a quiet coastal town I'd always wanted to visit. Without needing to align plans with someone else's preferences, I could spend hours wandering through local markets, sitting on the beach with a good book, or simply enjoying the stillness. The solitude wasn't lonely, it was empowering. One of the most enlightening parts of traveling alone was discovering how resourceful I could be. I navigated unfamiliar streets, figured out new public transit systems, and even made friends with locals. Seneca's words resonated deeply. Everywhere is nowhere. When a person spends all their time in foreign travel, they end by having many acquaintances, but no friends. I realized that true travel isn't just about seeing new places. It's about forming meaningful connections with others and with yourself. Traveling freely helped me reconnect with my inner compass. It reminded me that life's richness comes not from what others plan for you, but from the paths you choose for yourself. Each trip became not just a journey to a new place, but a step toward becoming the person I wanted to be: curious, independent, and grateful for the world's endless possibilities. 3. Living life on your own terms. When you're in a long-term relationship, life often becomes a series of compromises. What to watch, where to live, how to spend your weekends, all of it involves negotiation. But when I became single, I realized I could finally design my life around my own desires. It was exhilarating and a little daunting. The words of Marcus Aurelius grounded me. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I began to ask myself, what truly made me happy? I found that I loved slow mornings with coffee and journaling, weekends spent hiking, and nights diving into books I'd always meant to read. No one else's schedule dictated mine. I didn't have to justify my choices or feel guilty for indulging in what brought me joy. This freedom extended to my larger goals as well. For years I'd wanted to start a small garden, but I always deferred to what my partner wanted for our shared space. Now I had a patch of earth entirely my own. Tending to it became a metaphor for my new life. I was finally planting seeds for myself, nurturing my own growth. Living on my own terms taught me the power of self-reliance. As Seneca said, "The greatest wealth is a poverty of desires." By stripping away the need to conform to someone else's expectations, I found clarity in what truly mattered to me. Life wasn't just simpler, it was fuller, richer, and deeply aligned with my own values. For the first time, I was living entirely for myself, and it felt incredible. 4. Your home, your sanctuary. When I became single, I realized my home was now truly mine. For years, I had shared decisions about furniture, decor, and how spaces were used. While those compromises were part of a shared life, they often left me feeling like my home didn't fully reflect who I was. Now I could transform my space into a sanctuary. As Epictetus said, "Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems." Having control over my space helped ease those imagined anxieties. I started small, painting walls in colors that brought me joy and rearranging furniture to create a sense of calm. I carved out a cozy reading nook by the window, filled my kitchen with tools for cooking meals I loved, and turned a spare room into an art studio. These changes weren't just about aesthetics. They were about creating a space that felt deeply personal, one that nurtured my peace of mind. This newfound freedom extended to how I lived in my home. If I wanted to stay up late, binge-watching documentaries, I could. If I felt like leaving the dishes until morning, there was no one to judge me. My home became a reflection of my values and priorities, a place of stillness and creativity. Seneca's wisdom often echoed in my mind. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. In reclaiming my home, I discovered the joy of living fully in the present. My sanctuary wasn't just a physical space, it was a mindset of contentment and peace that I carried with me every day. 5. Financial independence. One of the most liberating aspects of being single was taking full control of my finances. I no longer needed to negotiate spending, save for someone else's priorities, or compromise on long-term goals. My financial decisions were mine alone, and that brought a sense of empowerment I hadn't experienced before. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. With financial freedom, I could focus my energy on what truly mattered to me. I started by re-evaluating my budget and making deliberate choices about how I spent my money. I invested in experiences that enriched my life, like travel, classes, and hobbies. At the same time, I prioritized long-term goals, such as saving for retirement and building a safety net. Every decision felt intentional and aligned with my personal values. The freedom to manage my money also allowed me to give back in meaningful ways. I donated to causes I cared about, without needing to explain or justify my choices to anyone else. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." Financial independence gave me the clarity to see that I didn't need more. I just needed to use what I had in a way that brought me fulfillment. Taking charge of my finances wasn't just about money. It was about reclaiming my autonomy. I learned to trust my own judgment, plan for my future, and enjoy the freedom that comes from knowing I was in complete control of my resources. 6. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. One unexpected benefit of being single was how much simpler intimacy became. In my past relationships, intimacy was often entangled with emotional complexities, unspoken expectations, negotiations, and compromises. Now, I was free to define intimacy on my own terms. This shift felt profoundly liberating. As Seneca wisely noted, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Free from the imagined obligations of partnership, I discovered a new kind of joy. I no longer felt pressure to meet someone else's needs or navigate their emotional states to maintain closeness. Instead, I could focus on what I truly wanted. If I chose to pursue a connection, it was because it brought me genuine happiness, not because I felt obligated to maintain it. For the first time, I understood the value of intimacy as a choice, not a duty. Whether I sought companionship or chose to focus on my own personal growth, every decision was mine to make. This freedom allowed me to engage in relationships with clarity and intention without the baggage of unmet expectations. Living without the weight of those emotional entanglements gave me more energy to invest in myself. I learned to find fulfillment in the things I loved, writing, painting, and simply enjoying the peace of my own company. The simplicity of this new approach to intimacy was a gift that reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. By redefining intimacy, I removed unnecessary distress and embraced a life of greater clarity and joy. 7. No more emotional labor. One of the most significant changes I experienced after becoming single was the relief of no longer being responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. In relationships, I often found myself managing not only my own emotions, but also soothing my partner's anxieties, resolving conflicts, and maintaining harmony in the household. While I once accepted this as part of love, I realized how draining it could be. Epictetus's advice came to mind. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Being single allowed me to redirect all that emotional energy inward. I began to focus on my mental health, practicing mindfulness, and exploring what brought me peace and joy. Without the constant need to manage someone else's emotions, I discovered a lighter, freer version of myself. This freedom also improved the quality of my relationships with friends and family. When I wasn't weighed down by emotional labor, I could engage more authentically and give from a place of abundance rather than obligation. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Letting go of emotional caretaking wasn't just brave, it was transformative. The absence of this invisible burden gave me space to build healthier relationships, ones based on mutual respect and support rather than caretaking. I learned that true love, whether romantic or platonic, doesn't require sacrificing your peace for someone else's. Instead, it thrives when both people take responsibility for their own emotions. 8. A stronger sense of self. After years of being in a relationship, I realized I had lost touch with who I was. My identity had become so intertwined with my role as a partner that I'd forgotten what truly made me happy. Becoming single gave me the chance to rediscover myself. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. I began by asking myself simple but profound questions. What do I enjoy? What do I value? What kind of life do I want to live? I explored hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and even tried new activities that I never had time for before. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more like myself. Being single also taught me to trust my own decisions. Without someone else's input or validation, I learned to rely on my instincts and preferences. This built a deeper confidence in myself and my ability to create a life that felt fulfilling. Seneca's words became a mantra. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Through this process, I developed a stronger sense of self. I no longer felt defined by external roles or relationships. Instead, I felt grounded in my own identity, living a life that reflected my values and passions. The journey wasn't always easy, but it was deeply rewarding, and it reminded me that the most important relationship is the one you have with yourself. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest blessings of being single was discovering the power of peace and quiet. When I was in a relationship, my home was always filled with activity, whether it was conversations, TV noise, or just the hum of shared living. While companionship was meaningful, I often longed for moments of stillness. Becoming single gave me exactly that. At first, the quiet felt strange, almost unsettling. But as I adjusted, I began to savor it. I could wake up in the morning and enjoy my coffee without interruptions. I could sit by the window and listen to the rain, or take long solitary walks in the park. These moments of solitude became opportunities to reflect, recharge, and simply be. Epictetus's wisdom resonated with me. People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. I realized that my initial discomfort with silence wasn't about the quiet itself. It was about my perception of it. Once I embraced it, peace and quiet became a source of immense joy. This stillness also allowed me to cultivate mindfulness. I could focus entirely on the present moment, free from the distractions of a shared life. Over time, I discovered that these quiet moments were some of the most fulfilling parts of my day. They reminded me that happiness isn't always about doing, it's often about simply being. 10. Building a social life on your terms. When I was in a relationship, much of my social life revolved around shared friends, couples gatherings, and events that often catered to my partner's interests as much as mine. Becoming single gave me the opportunity to redefine how, when, and with whom I spent my time. This newfound freedom felt both empowering and liberating. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. I applied this to my relationships, choosing to surround myself with people who uplifted and inspired me. I reconnected with old friends and sought out new ones who shared my interests and values. Whether it was joining a book club, attending community events, or taking a cooking class, I prioritized connections that felt meaningful. For the first time in years, I didn't have to attend events or engage with people out of obligation. This intentional approach to my social life also helped me set boundaries. If I needed time alone, I didn't feel pressured to explain or justify it. Seneca's wisdom guided me. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing friendships that added value to my life, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment. Being single allowed me to take control of my social calendar and focus on relationships that truly mattered. It wasn't about the quantity of connections, it was about the quality. This shift not only brought me closer to others, but also closer to myself. 11. Prioritizing health and wellness. When I was in a relationship, my health often took a back seat to the demands of shared life. Dinners out, accommodating someone else's schedule, or simply neglecting self-care in the hustle of daily routines. Once I became single, I realized I had the time and freedom to prioritize my health in ways I never had before. I started by focusing on my physical health. I joined a gym and took up yoga, activities I'd always wanted to try but had never made time for. I began cooking meals that nourished my body and experimenting with new recipes that were both healthy and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's words encouraged me. You must take care of your soul if you would have your head in order. My mental health also became a priority. I embraced practices like meditation and journaling, which helped me process emotions and find clarity. I even sought therapy to work through lingering challenges, an act of self-love that strengthened my resilience and emotional well-being. Seneca's wisdom reminded me to focus on what I could control. A man's as miserable as he thinks he is. By taking charge of my health, I felt stronger and more in control of my life. Prioritizing wellness wasn't just about looking or feeling good. It was about building a foundation for a longer, more fulfilling life. The freedom to focus entirely on my well-being transformed my outlook. I learned that caring for myself wasn't selfish, it was essential. And with every small step I took, I felt more empowered to live fully and joyfully. 12. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the most fulfilling aspects of being single was rediscovering hobbies I'd set aside and trying new activities I'd always been curious about. When I was married, my time and energy were often devoted to shared responsibilities or accommodating someone else's preferences. But now, I had the freedom to explore what truly brought me joy. I dusted off my old guitar, an instrument I hadn't touched in years, and started relearning songs I used to love. I also took up painting, finding peace in the rhythm of brushstrokes and the vibrant colors coming to life on the canvas. As Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." With this new chapter, I committed to using my time intentionally. I also embraced the opportunity to try new things. I signed up for a photography workshop and joined a hiking group, discovering passions I didn't know I had. These activities weren't just about passing time, they were about reconnecting with myself and cultivating a sense of purpose. The process of rediscovery taught me that life is full of possibilities, no matter your age or circumstances. With each new hobby or skill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and joy that reminded me of the limitless potential within us all. 13. Embracing freedom. When I became single, I experienced a kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just about being able to make decisions on my own. It was about rediscovering the ability to live life exactly how I wanted. This shift reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Do not be constrained by the external. Seek the freedom within yourself. For years I had balanced the needs and preferences of someone else, often putting my own desires on the back burner. Now, I could finally prioritize what mattered most to me. I embraced spontaneous choices, like going on a last-minute road trip, spending an entire day lost in a book, or pursuing a new passion without worrying about anyone else's schedule. This freedom also extended to my mindset. I no longer felt tethered to societal expectations or the pressure to conform to a specific role. Instead, I focused on living authentically and intentionally. Seneca's words guided me. He who is brave is free. Being single gave me the courage to step into a new chapter of my life, unafraid of the unknown. The beauty of this freedom wasn't just in the big decisions, it was in the everyday moments. I could listen to my intuition, follow my curiosity, and build a life that reflected my values. Embracing this independence taught me that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. It was a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when you take control of your own path. 14. No more. Negotiating the small stuff. One of the most surprising joys of being single was the simplicity of everyday life. In a relationship, even the smallest decisions, what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to spend the weekend, often required negotiation. While compromise can be healthy, it can also be exhausting. Being single eliminated those constant discussions, leaving me free to make choices based solely on my preferences. I found a strange but profound satisfaction in deciding to eat cereal for dinner just because I felt like it, or staying up late binge-watching documentaries without worrying about waking someone else. These small freedoms may seem trivial, but they added up to a life that felt more relaxed and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's advice rang true. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. When I was single, I didn't have to justify my actions or second-guess my decisions based on someone else's opinion. Living without these daily negotiations allowed me to focus on what truly mattered. It wasn't about rebelling against compromise. It was about honoring my own needs and desires. Over time, I realized how much energy I had saved by not constantly accommodating someone else, and I was able to channel that energy into my passions and personal growth. 15. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest, most unexpected gifts of being single was the ability to enjoy peace and quiet whenever I wanted. In a relationship, there was always background noise, conversations, shared activities, or the hum of daily life together. While I valued companionship, I often found myself craving stillness. When I became single, I finally had the space to enjoy moments of true solitude. I'd wake up to quiet mornings, sip my coffee slowly, and watch the sunrise without a single interruption. I could spend afternoons reading, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. These moments weren't lonely. They were deeply rejuvenating. Seneca's wisdom guided me. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. I realized that peace wasn't something I needed to seek outside myself. It was already there, waiting for me to embrace it. This quiet time became a way to reflect and recharge, helping me cultivate mindfulness and gratitude for the simplicity of life. It also deepened my appreciation for the beauty of the present moment. The gift of peace and quiet wasn't just about having less noise. It was about finding clarity and calm in the stillness of my own company. So, there you have it. 15 powerful reasons why being single again isn't just a new chapter. It's an opportunity to create a life that's truly your own. Whether it's embracing freedom, rediscovering old passions, or building deeper connections, This stage of life is filled with possibilities you might not have imagined. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these reasons resonated most with you? Are you currently embracing the single life, or is it something you're considering? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one and can't wait to hear your stories. If you found this video inspiring or helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more content about living a life full of freedom, growth, and wisdom. And if you think someone else might benefit from hearing this message, share this video with them. It might just change their perspective. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Miyamoto Musashi's technique to conquer overthinking. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the annals of history, was a legendary Japanese swordsman, philosopher, and strategist. Born in 1584 during the tumultuous Sengoku period, Musashi lived a life marked by relentless pursuit of mastery and profound wisdom. His journey from a young samurai to an undefeated warrior who won over 60 duels is not only a testament to his skill with the sword, but also to his unyielding spirit and disciplined mind. Musashi's philosophy transcended mere combat. He was a student of life, constantly seeking to understand the deeper truths that govern human existence. His teachings, compiled in his seminal work, The Book of Five Rings, offer insights that extend beyond the battlefield, touching on aspects of strategy, focus, and mental clarity that are universally applicable. In an era where life and death hung in the balance, Musashi's ability to maintain a clear and focused mind under extreme pressure sets him apart. His strategies for overcoming overthinking and achieving mental clarity are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. By studying Musashi's life and teachings, we can learn valuable lessons on how to navigate our own mental struggles and achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Number 1. The power of practice of Miyamoto. Musashi, the legendary swordsman, understood the transformative power of practice. He knew that mastery wasn't achieved overnight, but through relentless and disciplined effort. In today's fast-paced world, we often seek quick fixes and instant gratification, leading to overthinking and frustration when results don't come quickly. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that consistent practice is the key to overcoming mental clutter. By dedicating ourselves to regular practice, whether it's in our careers, personal development, or hobbies, we build resilience and focus. This disciplined approach helps clear our minds of unnecessary doubts and fears. Remember, every great achievement begins with a commitment to practice. The path to mastery is long, but with each step, we refine our skills, sharpen our minds, and move closer to our goals. Embrace the process, trust in the practice, and let go of the need for immediate results. In the words of Musashi, today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Let this be a guiding principle in your journey towards self-improvement and mental clarity. Number 2, focus on purposeful actions. In a world filled with distractions, Musashi's advice, to do nothing that is of no use, is more relevant than ever. Overthinking often stems from engaging in activities that add no value to our lives. Whether it's getting caught up in social media drama, endless scrolling, or pointless debates, these distractions clutter our minds and lead us away from our true purpose. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to focus on what truly matters. Identify what is essential in your life and eliminate the rest. By dedicating our time and energy to purposeful actions, we not only achieve more, but also create a clear and focused mind. This Stoic approach encourages us to prioritize our goals and ignore the noise around us. Ask yourself, is this activity bringing me closer to my goals? If the answer is no, it's time to let it go. By simplifying our lives and concentrating on what's important, we reduce overthinking and enhance our productivity and well-being. Number 3, embracing impermanence. Musashi's teachings remind us of the impermanent nature of life. He understood that change is the only constant, and by embracing this truth, we can reduce the mental burden of overthinking. When we cling to the illusion of permanence, we create unnecessary stress and anxiety. Accepting impermanence allows us to flow with life's natural rhythms and adapt to changing circumstances with grace. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on the present moment, knowing that everything we experience is transient. By letting go of the need to control every outcome, we free ourselves from the chains of overthinking. Embrace the changes that come your way and understand that each moment, whether good or bad, is fleeting. This perspective not only brings peace of mind but also empowers us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience as it comes. Number 4, identifying root causes. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. This profound insight emphasizes the importance of looking inward to identify the root causes of our overthinking. Often, our mental struggles are fueled by deep-seated fears and insecurities that lie beneath the surface. By acknowledging and addressing these underlying issues, we can find clarity and move forward. This Stoic approach encourages us to be honest with ourselves, to dive deep into our inner world, and to confront our true feelings. It's not about avoiding or suppressing our thoughts, but rather understanding their origins. By doing so, we can tackle overthinking at its source. Take time to reflect and introspect, and don't shy away from uncovering uncomfortable truths about yourself. This self-awareness is the first step towards overcoming overthinking and achieving mental peace. Number 5, flexibility and open-mindedness. Musashi's wisdom teaches us the value of flexibility and open-mindedness. Overthinking often arises from a rigid mindset, where we fixate on finding the perfect solution. This rigidity can paralyze us, preventing us from taking action and moving forward. Musashi's advice is simple yet profound. Understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Embrace the idea that there are multiple ways to achieve your goals and solve problems. By being adaptable and open to different approaches, you reduce the anxiety that comes from perfectionism. This Stoic principle encourages us to let go of our need for control and accept the natural flow of life. Flexibility in thought and action allows us to navigate challenges with ease and reduces the mental strain of overthinking. Number 6, cultivating a growth mindset. Musashi's teachings align closely with the concept of a growth mindset, where challenges are seen as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Overthinking often stems from a fear of failure or an obsession with perfection. By adopting a growth mindset, we shift our focus from fixed outcomes to continuous learning and improvement. Musashi believed that true mastery comes from embracing challenges and persevering through difficulties. This Stoic approach encourages us to view each setback as a valuable lesson and each success as a step towards greater wisdom. By cultivating a growth mindset, we reduce the mental burden of overthinking and open ourselves up to endless possibilities for personal development. Embrace challenges, learn from your experiences, and constantly strive to improve. This mindset not only enhances your resilience, but also brings a sense of purpose and fulfillment to your life. Number 7, mind-body balance. Musashi's advice to not let the body be dragged along by the mind, nor the mind by the body, highlights the importance of balance. Overthinking often occurs when there is a disconnect between our mental and physical states. Musashi emphasized the need for harmony between the mind and body to achieve clarity and peace. In our modern lives, it's easy to become mentally overwhelmed while neglecting our physical well-being, or vice versa. By focusing on balancing both aspects, we create a more holistic approach to our overall health. Engage in activities that nurture both your mind and body, such as exercise, meditation, and proper rest. This equilibrium helps reduce overthinking by ensuring that both your mental and physical energies are aligned and supportive of each other. When the mind and body work in harmony, we experience a greater sense of well-being and clarity. Number 8, living in the present. Musashi's teachings emphasize the importance of living fully in the present moment. Overthinking often pulls us into the past with regrets or into the future with worries. This mental tug-of-war distracts us from the here and now, where life truly happens. Musashi believed that focusing on the present task with full attention and effort is the key to achieving excellence and peace of mind. This Stoic principle encourages us to embrace each day as it comes, giving our best to what is in front of us without being weighed down by what might or might not happen. By living in the present, we can break free from the cycle of overthinking and experience life more fully. Concentrate on today's actions and let tomorrow take care of itself. This approach not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and contentment. Number 9, timing and patience. Musashi's grasp of timing and patience is a crucial lesson in managing overthinking. He taught that there is a right time for everything, and rushing often leads to mistakes and stress. Overthinking is frequently a result of impatience and the desire for immediate results. By understanding and respecting the natural timing of events, we can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to force outcomes. This Stoic principle reminds us that good things take time and that patience is a virtue. Trust the process and be patient with your progress. Recognize that each step forward, no matter how small, is part of a larger journey. By aligning ourselves with the natural rhythm of life, we can maintain a clear and focused mind, free from the chaos of overthinking. Number 10, mindful meditation. Incorporating mindful meditation into your daily routine can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. Musashi himself practiced forms of meditation to maintain a clear and focused mind. Mindfulness helps us become aware of our thought patterns and teaches us to observe them without judgment. This practice allows us to let go of unproductive or negative thoughts and stay anchored in the present moment. By dedicating time each day to mindfulness, we can cultivate a calm and peaceful mind. This Stoic practice encourages us to embrace stillness and silence, providing a refuge from the constant mental chatter that fuels overthinking. Through regular meditation, we develop the ability to detach from our thoughts and gain a greater sense of clarity and control over our minds. Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers powerful strategies to conquer overthinking and achieve mental clarity. By integrating his teachings into your daily life, you can cultivate a focused mind, live with purpose, and navigate challenges with grace and resilience. From embracing impermanence to practicing mindfulness, each lesson is a stepping stone towards a more balanced and fulfilling existence.